Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. Back on the normal schedule. This is my virtual trading journal. We just had a Trump dump, in case that's not obvious. There's this. Anyway, yeah, this is my virtual trading journal. Every day from 8 o'clock Central Standard Time until 1500 is a complete live stream. I trade only vetted setups live on my execution platform, which is Bookmap right here. And having said that, this stream is not meant for trade or financial advice, but it's my trading journal. So wouldn't be much of a trading journal if I didn't trade live real time, and that's what I do. And there's a big delay, so I don't think that's going to be an issue with anybody trying to follow anything. And I trade very infrequently. Any trades that I take are on the stream. I take no trades off the stream. That's a commitment. And they are live, real time, and recorded and streamed, never edited, never replayed, never playback. So there's that. Now, and the idea here is that everything I see on my two primary monitors here are captured in the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment, and that completes the recording. In other words, it's a much more comprehensive, accountable, and transparent trading journal than I could ever do if I was trying to, screen capture and type and all that stuff. So there you have it. Now, obviously, this big dump here was this Trump thing. And let's get to the news and the numbers first, and like usual. First of all, there's the Trump dump. He's going to bomb everybody. Anytime they shoot at a boat in the Strait of Hormuz, he's going to blow up a power plant or a bridge, he says. So, interesting. And here's the reports for the day. Is this ridiculous or what? Last night when I went to bed, Trump hadn't scheduled this speaking engagement at 2 o'clock. But it's in here now, and that's not typical. It's usually investing.com does not bring these kind of things into their calendar. So they must have made a big deal about it so that everybody would publish it. Typically, they only report traditional economic and finance reports or events like non-farm payroll, FOMC, rate minutes, that kind of thing. This is investing.com. As I said, it is, you can filter it for wherever you are, and it's free. That's why there's all these ads. The reason I keep it free is anybody that comes through the stream can hear this and have access to the same resources. Big earnings day today. Earnings season is off, of course, in the new Q2 or 3 now, however you have your closing in. And here's the biggies. We've got both Alphabets and Tesla after the bell today. And who knows who else down here. Amazing that Texas Instruments and IBM and people and AT&T would be of lesser importance, but that's the way it is today. So on the CME group, look at that. Anyway, again, earnings and economic calendar filter for wherever you are. Notice that if you hover over the event title, the URL it turns to a URL. So if you don't know what the Cushing crude inventory is, you can click that and find out all about it and what the most recent releases are and stuff. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice, and I do it for just exactly this reason. They have kind of a squawk box over here that they keep going continually. which is important. And also, they pull these kind of events into their calendar. Now, this Trump speaking is here and also on investing.com, and these big earnings calls down here. And no comment here or got anything to do with politics, but it has to do with risk management. As traders today, our fundamental job is to preserve our account. The basic way that you do that is risk management. And if you don't know about a risk, you can't manage it. So I appreciate it when they pull these kind of things, Trump speaking or some kind of thing that some event which may have a pre-recognized risk associated with it. And I don't mean, again, it's just to do with our auction. I don't care politically any one way or the other. And here we are. So that's the snooze. Let's look at the pre-market, which was pretty benign until just a minute ago. Well, there's our pre-market. There's yesterday's RTH. Here's where we were. We opened, we are about 100% short inventory. In a normal world, I would say that we were probably going to have some responsive buying at the open to take profit. But in this environment, who the hell knows, really. This is, by the way, this is IRT. It's my basic charting package. In the header here of every one of these windows, you can see that the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can always know what you're looking at. This is the micro tab, micro ES NQ, the micro ES high time frame micro composite chart, and this is a market profile. I don't change market profile between ES and MES. I do switch between full session and RTH session. And this is the mini tab, same exact configuration, just the minis, ES, NQ instead of the micros. So from the top down, what kind of a mess have we got brewing over here? Well, again, MES, daily candles, daily periodicity, and the RTH session. So each one of these candles is a 1 day chart of the RTH session. Here was Monday, Tuesday, what's going to happen today, and here was Friday. Big gap down. They closed them down on the lows again yesterday, and now we're going to blow up everybody in the world coming on True Social. So I would be expecting lower, but I don't want to say that anymore because it's just, who knows? I don't know. I don't understand the way the markets are reacting to the situation geopolitically and economically and on the ground in reality in our country. I don't know. So there you go. And these red and green lines here are the high and low volume nodes, which are based on the high and low volume areas of the micro composite volume profile, and they push automatically to Bookmap. So do the session prices. And here's Bookmap. I'll be right back. All right, back. Here we go. So Bookmap. All right. Columns right to left. Micro composite. This is where I put in the various I manually type in these various things, and I need to change some of this around. I see some stale stuff here. It's been kind of a weird week. I've been chasing lags here. Uh, anyway, there they are. And this is the high and low volume nodes, which are automatic. This is the full session volume profile for the RTA or for the ETH session or the Globex session, not the ETH. This started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. This is the RTH volume profile and delta, and then this is the statistics column for the day. Session prices, and this is the full level 2 order book, ask and bid, and the prices. I don't do anything complicated or tricky. My motto is the KISS principle. I use volume, probabilities or statistics, and price. There's no indicators here on my charts or my book map. There's just POC, which is the point of control. Nothing tricky. It just marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far, at 75.17, we have traded 2,975 contracts in the overnight. The minute one of these prices is 2,977, this will move there. Easy. RTH and Globex VWAP, volume weighted average price, which I think you could argue and say is an indicator because it is calculated, so that's fair. And the mid, that's it. Then there's some price levels that confuse often, which is the IB high and low, because of the name, I guess. IB is initial balance. Who decided that was the initial balance? I don't know. But what those two levels really make up or represent are the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And that's it. This is Blue Boy, which is just a vertical line here that I slap on the first print of each session. And the idea about that is if I glance to my left and see Blue Boy, and I know that what's going on here? And I know that this is the inside or the active, this is right here, right now, this is the inside market, and I can see Blue Boy. I know without any question that this is the context of the ETH session so far, or whichever session I'm watching. And these lines are pushed from Bookmap, or from IRT. These are just reference lines for a strategy that I'm trading. Statistics. Let's figure those out. Now, the statistics column title I change every day. And first of all, it's based on the open type. So let's see what the statistics open type will be for today. And it's real simple. There's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? Well, there's the close. So it's lower. How would it compare to the previous RTH range? Well, the high's up above us and the low's down below us, so it's lower in range. So the first thing I'm going to do is change that title to the correct one, which is lower in range. And I do that for a selfish reason every day, because when I look back at a screen snap or the stream, I can just see that title and I already know the configuration. You know, do we gap up, do we gap down, do we lower or higher, whatever. So it saves me time. And now we'll delete the statistics from yesterday, the probabilities with the associated prices, and we'll put them in for today. And those come from this session right here. Now, here was yesterday. Notice that IRT will conveniently highlight the correct open type, but only after 8:30. They also, you notice there's different colors of the text. When a level is revisited or a statistic has been hit, they change the text from black to blue. Simple, huh? Lower in range right here. So here's the way this works. The system looks back at the most recent 1,832 trading days. Of these trading days, we opened lower in range 532 of them, or 29%. Of the days where we opened lower in range, we revisited the overnight mid 82% of the time. Overnight mid. 82.0%. You ready? Drum roll. Oops. Get it on the right level there. Alice, come on. Karen. There you go. That's all there is to it. Real simple. And then we'll just go down the list. Next is the overnight volume point of control, which is 80.8, and on, and so on. 80.8. And then the close is 73.1. And IB high 68.4. And remember the initial, remember the definition of the initial balance high and low. That's why I always put those initials on, because the second we open, this price is going to move to just above the market. As well. Wow, come on, man. What's going on here? Why can't I get that to go there? What's the deal? What the hell's going on? Okay, well, you screw yourself. Sit there then. I don't care. Previous POC 67.5. Okay. Wow. Overnight low 65.8. Where did you go? 65.8. Oh, look who else is down here. The previous RTH low. Let's see where he went. 53.6. Ah, great. Now, this is a perfect example to understand that these are probabilities, not hard, fast lines in the sand. How could we possibly get to 65.8 and without going through 53.4 first or 0.6 first, right? So it's a probability. And only based on those two criteria. That's really important to understand, I think. Overnight mid. RTH mid. Where's something else? Let's see what else we got floating around here. Overnight high is 51.5. The overnight high is buried up here under the previous POC. So I'm not going to find that one. I guess we could put it just above or just below, maybe. 51.5. And that's overnight. Just because it's off range, right? We got the previous low. Yes, we did, didn't we? Yeah. All right, that's probably going to be good enough. I think let's see here. Where's the IB low is 62.0, and that's way below us, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's right down here into the previous low, so I'm not going to bother with it. What is it? 53.6? No. It's the previous low. IB low. Where'd you go? 62.0. Okay. Again, it's out of the way there. All right, that'll have to do it for the statistics here. And the next I'm going to do a snap I do every day, which is the the T-Lab. And the T-Lab snap is as you might wonder, what the hell am I talking about? The T-Lab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. Started by a guy named Tom B. And hold on a minute. That's why one of the reasons I stream, I don't multitask. I like to focus on one thing at a time. So the T-Lab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And every day around early in the morning, 6-ish or whatever, today it was a little before 5, I think I posted the reports for the day. And then I post this snap every day at about 8:20. To give anyone in there that doesn't have the same kind of charting stuff as this, all the numbers that they may be able to use, you know? And it actually grew out of just the observation that just before the open, frequently, there'd be a whole flurry of people asking, what's the POC? What's the POC? What was yesterday's high? You know, those kind of legitimate questions. Obviously, they didn't have those numbers, and they were trying to find out what they were. So I thought, well, I'll do this and then post that every day, and that ought to answer everybody's question. Kind of relieve the clog in the chat over there, and also help out a little bit, you know, lend a hand if possible, which is the whole point, I think. So, and Tom he's got 48 years experience or something. He's started out as a professional trader way back when as a money manager, I think. And now he's got this Discord room there, and it's obviously sponsored by Bookmap, which would be, I'm sure, tickled to death if you subscribed, but you're never you're never solicited for anything in the T-Lab that I know of. And it's important to know that it's not a live trading room, nor is it a trade calling room. There's a lot of good people in there, and Tom's got a lot of good philosophies about trading and things. So I was real active in there for a long time, or some time, I should say. And then I feel a certain kinship to them, so I try to continue lending my support. I also push the session prices and publish them to anybody that would want them for free, these session prices right here. And starting at, I publish them from 1,700 on Sunday night through 1,600 on Friday, and it's free. Just drop something in the chat if you want, and I'll hook you up with a link. And a lot of people in the T-Lab use them. What else have I got going on here? Well, let's see here. This is just 1 point high, and why this damn thing doesn't want to get lined right, I don't know. There we go. All right. Yeah, so that's the T-Lab. What else was I going to say? Oh, actually, the stream kind of grew out of the T-Lab, actually, because more than once, Tom and other people would focus or would suggest, focus on your own market and your own trading rather than chatting in here all the damn time, which is, yucking it up in a Discord room is a lot of fun. But if your goal is to be a trader, maybe you should be focusing on trading. You know what I mean? And it's like trading needs to be, you need to learn trading, you need to trade. It's like the piano. You can't play, air on a G string on the piano because you watched 6 YouTube videos or were in a Discord chat room. You got to practice the piano. It's real simple. And that's a similar philosophy to trading that I have. So we're going to open here in about, I'm ahead of schedule. I must have forgotten something. Well, let's see what. Oh, I know one thing that would probably be important. And that is to be able to trade. Well, the way you do that with Bookmap, you have to activate the trade control panel here by this padlock. Then you select an account. Now I'm going to use something different, so I don't need to use any of the rest of these tools in the trade control panel anymore. And I have all these metrics up here. You can turn these off or on. They don't have to be there. Plus you get cancel and close all orders. And that helps me with the real estate. And I don't use that because I use, and I'm going to have to go through these and make sure everybody's all right here. Bear with me. Multi-brackets, multi-account trading. I'll tell you why I'm doing this. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Now I'm set up, and you'll notice that because I selected multi-account trading with a specific defined strategy, that there's the two lots in there. There you go. And the way that works is this is the traditional risk neutral. This happens to be a 2-lot high volatility, which is 2 lots. Stop for both is 24 ticks. The first take profit target is for half of the package and the same number of ticks positively as the stop loss is negative. Then once this is achieved, the trade is risk neutral. The worst that can happen is a scratch, unless you move your stop away from entry, and then you got other problems. And then a runner. So we'll see just how this starts to pan out this morning. Be real careful of the market. It's earnings. It's crazy. The Trump dump, this was just a flash dump at, well, I don't know, a couple of minutes before, whenever the hell he put it out there about he's going to blow everybody up all the time. Isn't it amazing to think back, however long it is now, 5.5 or 6.5, 7 months? There was no war in the Strait of Hormuz. There was no issue with ships passing. There was no shortage of oil. There was no shortage of fertilizer. There was no shortage of helium. It's important to remember that. And America and Israel started the war and started bombing Iran, who, if you want to believe the administration, about a year before that or 6 months before that said that they had bombed Iran and completely obliterated all their nuclear capabilities. So I'm still curious why that's still a big issue, supposedly, and why we started the war again. I don't understand that. Was that not true the first time? Or is it not true this time? I don't know. But I think it's important to remember that there was no $4 gas prices. There was no inflation, much lower inflation. There was no war. There was no problem with oil or the Straits of Hormuz. So, if you shoot yourself in the foot, you kind of have to take ownership of it, I'm afraid. I'm not sure that would ever happen now. So here we go. Getting ready to open. Couple of minutes. Let's see if anything works. I don't know. I give up. I don't know. So anyway, I think we're all on track with everything working okay here. I didn't even think about that. I delayed the stream yesterday because I wanted to test something out. That didn't turn out to be very good. I mean, didn't solve anything. Which is pretty disappointing. I have big lags with IRT, and I delayed the stream in order to see if IRT would delay without OBS and all that working, and it did, no problem. And as I expected, because it's that whole section runs, the OBS and the stream runs off of GPU, so IRT doesn't really need that. Well, we got about 15 seconds. Let's see what happens here. That's the open as near as I can tell. Our book map's not resetting properly either, so nothing's working right. Here, it lags every freaking place. I really don't know, and I've got quite a bit of horsepower in this machine, so according to AI and everybody else, this machine's got way more horsepower than it could possibly need for what we're doing here. But, you know, yeah, whatever. Reminds me of a funny line in an old movie. Famous old movie, actually. All right, let's, what I'm going to do now is switch IRT from full session up here to RTH session so that the statistics align, but you see the big lags going on. So, hey, it is what it is. I'm not even going to worry about it anymore. I don't trade with it. The thing that frustrates me about this whole story, well, first of all, it's not accurate. I don't like things that don't work right. Second of all, it's expensive, IRT, and I think, and if I were depending on this to trade, I could not trade. You can't trade that way. It's impossible. So that's irritating, right? And this fast market thing doesn't work, and I tried yesterday. The only thing I have not done is shut everything off and just have IRT running at the open, which is, that's stupid to start with, even to say that. But yesterday was my big test, and so I'm going to look at there, 41-second delay. That's damn near a minute. Sorry. Anyway, there you go. And this is basically to ensure that the session prices are pushing accurately with this correct expected relationships between developing value area high and low and value area high and low and that kind of thing. For those folks who use those session prices, and I use the session prices. I use them right over here. Now, these session prices that I have here are pushed internally from, just within my machine, obviously. The link that I post that I'm welcome to share, and then I'm happy to share with anybody, it comes down from Google Drive or Google whatever. I guess it's Google Drive. I don't know. It comes down from Google. I push it up there so that when it comes down, it's, everybody can be assured that it's safe and virus free and all that noise, right? Not that it's noise, but you get my point. Well, there's the overnight low. We didn't get down there. What's going on here? There we are. Okay, here's 8:30. Let's get Blue Boy on the job here for the day. That lazy devil. Come on out of here and play with us, you son of a gun, you. There we go. That's pretty close. And here are the pushed from IRT, my zones over here for the IB retracement trading idea. There we go. Isn't it fun? This heat has been out of control. Well, there's the Trump dump right here. The market is shaking that off, it looks like. Conducting a war on social media. Who'd have thought? Wow. Unbelievable, I think, to me. Really. Unbelievable to me. Apart from the Lagaruni over there on YouTube, or whatever that thing's called, IRT, here we are. We're off and trading here. We're having a little up movement after the Trump dump. Look at that, you know? That's 30 handles, 40 handles. Jesus. I've tried streaming because of my commitment to never take a trade off the stream. I've tried live streaming about 5 weeks now. The Globex and Asia opens and opening range breakouts, same as the initial balance, but just orbs. Just thinking, hey, Anton, good morning. That didn't pan out to have any attractiveness. See the big Trump dump just a minute ago out there just before the open, just before 8, actually. He's going to blow up everybody, apparently. It's here. It's here in case you missed it. And of course, the market reacted accordingly. The only news out today, ironically, is Cushing report, and then Trump's got a speech at sometime or another. I don't know. Guy wears me out. Yeah, he's going to have a speech at 2. But the only, until this came into last night when I left and went to bed, this was not here. So the only report today is the Cushing report because we're into the big earnings now. Today is both Alphabets and oh, okay. Yeah, good for you. Both Alphabets and Tesla report after the bell today, in case you didn't see that. And now you know everything I know. There you go. And funny, isn't it, that now, I mean, look at this. Texas Instrument, IBM, AT&T, those used to be the top of the list, you know, CME. Now we're looking at this one. And, of course, if your earnings come out real well, you can have a cigarette here. Philip Morris is reporting. I thought he was done with all of that stuff, your son. Well, I mean, whatever, good for him, but I thought this was the last weekend was the wrap up and he'd get a break or whatever. Anyhow, there we are. There we are. I don't know what to say, you know. I've tried the nights, I've tried the days, and just keep plugging. Wow, that doesn't give them much time to recover, does it? I'm going to step away here and see if I got some chores to do outside. Looking after the neighbor's place. They went on a vacation for a week to house one of their relative zones in the Panhandle. I hope they're not getting clobbered with this storm. And then I hope it doesn't turn into a hurricane and come over to visit us. But apparently it's fluffing along up there somewhere. I'll be right back. Yeah, well, here we are. Pushing the IB high higher, up there to the close. We've taken out the overnight volume point of control. No, the RTH VPOC, we got the IB. What else happened here? We didn't get the RVPOC yet. And we got the overnight high, and what else? Points north. Oh, here are those levels from yesterday, aren't they? I gave a lot of thought to that conversation about the liquidity up here. I really wish there was somebody I could just, that in the know, you know, like we were talking about yesterday. Makes sense to me too. The only reason you'd put that up there, if you had size enough to put that up there, thank you, Mom, is you wanted to advertise it. Whatever the reason, there it goes, and they're right back up to the naked volume point of control from just before the open from yesterday. I have no idea what to do with them. Oh, now there's. I was listening to the macro money guy, Ilya Spivak. He's actually was born in Moscow, also. The from Tasty Live. I'm sure you know who he is. I was listening to him as I was coming back from dropping Tam this morning early. What's he call it? Macro money or something like that. They're, pricing in rate hikes and all kinds of stuff. Everybody is now, and I don't get the market really. It's apparently I don't understand it at all. No, apparently not. So we're reaching about the first 30 here. I guess everything's working all right. It seems like it is. Okay. Oh, he's Ila Spivak, I think is how you pronounce it. He's the macro money guy on Tasty Live. If you look at YouTube, any of those macro money, any of the Tasty Live stuff, Market Close with Chris Vecchio. Now Sosnoff has left, and I guess Tony, whatever his name was, he's left too and joined that lost dog thing that's Sosnoff and Scott started after they left Tasty Live, I don't know, few months ago. And now that Tony guy's apparently left also, and he's over there with them. But the core people at Jamal and at Tasty Live, or Jamal and those two gals or whatever their names are, and Elias Spivak and Chris Vecchio, I think it's with a D, and some other guys whose names I don't know, all younger people, doing all the announcing and all the production, or the show, the Tasty Live show. But every day he does that. Macro Money is called. Well, they tagged them all out. Now what are they going to do? You got yesterday's RTH high up there. We're going to, is it so exciting? The war is ramped up to now be a continual bombing, and so let's make sure that we run up and put in new highs. I really, really, really don't understand it. Yeah, it's frustrating. Really frustrating. Yeah, do so. He's real articulate, and I think really knows his stuff. I mean, from the sounds of it, most of the time's talking quite a couple layers above my head, I think. And I only know that once upon a time, I heard him mention online that he had been born in Moscow. So that's the only reason I knew that. Well, what the hell to do here? I mean, nothing right now because it's not, the IB hasn't been set yet, but still. I guess I could get my data going here. I got to put in the open thing. Okay. I have no idea his story at all. I just know that he did say that once. I mean, maybe he came over here when he was, 2. I have no clue. But mentioned one time, said they were talking something about it, and he said that he had been born in Moscow. Yeah, I don't even remember. It was a long time ago I heard him say that. Well, they got yesterday's high. I'm sure that made everybody happy. We did open in a gap, not much of one. But, yeah, I don't know what to think. Well, boo his boo. The market dumps on a Truth Social dump, and I mean dumped. And now here we are trading basically 50 handles higher. Wow. I don't really understand it at all. What's the volume doing? Maybe that's part of the problem, part of the story. %, that's not too terribly low, but still more prone to manipulation, I guess. Look at this crap. Lags or us is busy over here. Oh God. I mean, I'm going to stick with my IB trade here, even though I'm going to try to start adding in this discretionary asymmetric trades along the way, because I'm tired of just standing here. But I think today's a little bit Looney Tunes. I don't think I've ever seen a day that I can remember with no news. The only report today was the Cushing report, until this Trump thing showed up at 2 o'clock, 1400. And who knows what that, he's going to declare war, and he's going to stop elections, and he's going to be the king, and who the hell knows what is going to come out of his mouth next. And this bull crap about McConnell, is the guy dead or not? What's wrong with the governor? Go up there and go into the hotel and go into the hospital and say, are you alive or not, Mitch? What? Over? You know what I mean? It's really crazy. It's like everything in this country now turns into some sort of reality TV mega drama thing. And all this BS with suddenly making Lindsey Graham's sister the senator, with, I don't think she's got any experience ever in politics. Maybe. I don't think so. One continual drama after the other. It's just reality TV on steroids, I think. Well, that would have been a pretty snazzy asymmetric trade short right up there. The rearview mirror being as clear and polished as usual. And what do we have now? 56 to 25. Jesus. 30 handles. Wide on the IV. Well, I haven't gotten any of my other stuff set up yet. So I guess I'm going to just start kind of looking into the data stuff. Try to keep on track here with the stream a little bit. VPOC migration there. So yeah. There you go. Anyway, the idea that I'm trying to approach this with some sort of methodology and systematic way, you know, by using data and trading setups, which I have statistically vetted over here. I mean, Anton knows all this, but maybe new to someone. Basically, this is how it works in IRT. You have to code up a system like this. This is an initial balance system right here. It's real important for me to put out every day, as I said in the pre-market, that I only trade live, real-time, real market right here in Bookmap. In IRT, on the other hand, when the system is trading back test or forward testing, certainly it's in the simulated environment of IRT. I'm not going to try something, you know, test something on the real live market. That's just stupid. It's not, you know, the first tenet of good trading is risk management. So there you go. And this works quite well in IRT. No question about it. You can, you know, do all the back testing and all the forward testing, but the problem is I'm not a good code wizard, so it takes me a long time to figure this stuff out. And I'm trying to lean on, this is the next one that I'm working on now. This may look familiar to you because this is all screwed up. This was yesterday. Come on, there we go. Come on down here. Come on, wake up, Archie. Come on, boy. God damn, look at that. Okay, so here is the IB low, the IB high, and the probability or the percentages, which you'll notice are pushed over here. Okay, so this is the strategy that I have back tested and forward testing now in the live market, and because I push these across, assuming that they act as I expected, I will trade it. But again, as far as the computer taking these trades, like this 140 tick beauty or whatever the hell it was over here yesterday. Where'd you go? Ah, never mind. Boy, IRT drives me crazy. Look at that. I can't do that. That's in the simulated environment of IRT right here. So, and the way I'm doing these is based on a new data thing called Edgeful, which is right over here. Now, this is strictly built for traders, for, you know, any of the instruments that you want to do, stocks or any of that other stuff. In my case, it's, of course, futures. This is the initial balance. This is a report that the basic reports are here, and then you can, you know, make templates the way you think you want them. MES, 2 years, and got to make sure that these customizations are not, oops, I want to get up here. First of all, let's go to weekday. So based on the weekday, which I think today's Wednesday, correct me if I'm wrong. There you go. This is the probability of, boy, it changes every time. Cash market, got to make sure the instruments, the range that you're interested in, and the session is correct. I'm sure there's a way to lock that up, but I don't know. 73.5% probability will single break the IB high or low. 24% will break them both. And 1% or 2% we don't break either one on Wednesday. And these change. The days of the week are pretty amazing. And this is Wednesday, right? Yeah. Okay. So that's first. Then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to the... wait a minute. We're going to go to the rejection. And this is based on which level formed first. And in our case today, it's the IB low was formed first, but we got to get rid of these custom filters, these additional filters down here that get added in as the IB progresses. So this will look a little different. There we go. Now, because we know the IB was formed first, the low was formed first, and it's pretty easy to see. There's the low, and here's the high. Which happened first? This one, okay? This would be the statistics we're looking at. 80% probability will break the IB high first. Well, football, duh, right? Makes sense. Also, if you subscribe to Edgeful, you get... boy, I've got this all screwed up. Sorry about that. Let me make sure I get all the happened over here. What is all this about? I want to make sure that we've got all of this figured out here. There we go. These are just algorithms that I put together for the hell of it, right? But here's the IB. So far, we're 31 handles. We're at a 0.4 IB wide percentage, and it hasn't formed yet, obviously, but there's the open. We're trading up. The lowest foot in first, so we're just going to stand by here until we get to the bottom of the hour when the IB will set. Then we'll be able to determine the ending zone, with the percentage or the size. IB size is probably going to stick around 4. And the way these work is, I forgot to point this out. When you subscribe, if you subscribe to Edgeful, you get all of these indicators for TradingView, and I had never any experience with TradingView, so this has all been a fun learning experience for me. The only ones I'm using here are the session, which I find real handy, and the initial balance. And this one is called a continuation candle. It just gives you a bias, and I'll be right back. So it's about 31 handles wide. It's, POC's diving around like a bucking horse. And yeah, what are you going to do? Who are you going to call? There's the IB from yesterday. The IB high from yesterday. Previous RTH high. We took that out with conviction, and then this is where all the rearview mirror guys just knew that's what was going to happen and took a mean reversion trade, which is asymmetrically, if in fact you knew that, that is the right thing to do, I think. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know about you, Anton, or anybody that's in the sound of my voice here at this time or the recording, but in this market with this craziness going on in the reality TV, basically a war policy being conducted over social media, the less exposure in the market, the better. Risk management. So I'm trying to figure out the best way to do that. If you just take a small 1-to-1 with more size, I don't know, but something's got to give here from on my end. And I don't have any hopes that as long as the current administration's in place, I don't think there will be any changes. It's, as far as the way it's run. That's been the way has been run up to now, and I don't see why in the world they would decide to change that. So I don't see any light at the end of the tunnel about this truth social, or this social media reality TV approach, and make as much as you can thing. Pretty weird. Pretty weird. And we've got about 4 minutes till the IB sets, which is going to... The way the ending zone works is probably best explained over here. The closing price of the last candle in the initial balance time frame, in my case, because it's 5-minute chart, these are 5-minute bars, there is one will end, and then there'll be one more candle that opens inside the range but won't be closing in it. So looks a little funny, but that's the way it works. The way that the ending zone is assigned is the percentages are applied opposite the first level formed. So 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. And those will be entered over on... They'll be entered right down here, ending zone, and that's done in the customization. You can see that they say similarly. I hope I've interpreted it correctly, and then this is where you would pick those zones. So what we'll do then is wherever that closing price lands in whichever zone, that's the ending zone. And then here is the size up here in percentage. So that's the last two pieces of the puzzle that come together here. And going to be pretty quick, I'm thinking. In about 1:48 is when this should sit. I think this is the candle timer over here. Hey, Anton, bon dia to the man. Keep your head down. Trump's bombing everybody over there. He's shooting at everything. Jesus. I hope Portugal is lovely, relaxed. You get a little kizomba and some bacalhau. Yeah, boy, would I love that. Some crazy days over here, hotter than who laid a chunk. So I'm waiting for this last candle to ending zone to go in. We know we got about a 4.1 up here, so that's not going to change. The IB size is not going to change. So I can enter that, I guess. Customize. IB size is 4 to 5. There we go. Save that. Now, you'll notice the impact these have. And as soon as we put in the ending zone, it'll even be more so. And I see something else I need to change. Nobody told me it's the wrong day. Come on, old guy. Okay, so I'm assuming that once the IB sets, then all of these will flesh out, you know, which was formed first and has there been one taken out or not, and on and on. But what I'm interested in is the closing candle, which is going to be here pretty quick. Like right there. Okay, this is the closing candle. So it is, you see, this is the closing price of the last candle within the IB within the first 1 hour. So it is 0 to 25, 50, 75, 100. So it's 50 to 75, just as expected. Let's scoot back over here. Enter this, go over here, 50 to 75. Now, wait a minute. Watch what this... see the configuration here? 88 and 11. Let's see how this changes it. Uh-oh. Now we're up to 100%. But this makes no sense to me because it's saying to us now, to me, with these filters in place, 100% probability we're going to break the IB high first. And I have a hard time swallowing that data, frankly, and I know that that's not the right approach, but and it's not letting up. Just looking at the market, and I'll grant you this is, you know, it's just my idea, but there's the high, and here's the low. And here we are. And the data says there's 100% probability that we will take the IB high first. And there's a 78% probability that we're going to take one or there will be one or the other taken, and a 24% probability that neither will be taken. I mean that both will be taken, and a 0 or 1 or 2% probability that neither will be taken. That looks pretty far-fetched to me, frankly. I would have a hard time getting on board with that. And I realize that's my bias and my problem, but what do you think? So we are, you know, just about, yeah, we are there. We're past there, actually. So if we zoom back over here to trading view, low was first formed. Color's bullish because the low was formed way down. The low was put in down here. And bullish means that the closing candle was higher than the open, so it's green. We had 31 handles. Yeah. Let's see what my little this thing's doing. This little algo thing is just putting along. It took a trade over here yesterday. Right there, and you know, there's the long on the breakout. T1 didn't take T2, closed at the end of the session, trailed up to break even or to entry on T1. That's exactly what I thought it was supposed to do. So there we go. Whatever that means, it's just fun to see. It doesn't make you a damn dollar, right? With that algorithm and those results, in $5 you can get a Starbucks probably. I don't know how much a Starbucks is, but the old saying used to be with that information and a dime, you can make a phone call, because that's what a payphone used to cost, was a dime. For those of you who don't know what a dime is, it's a coin, 10 cents, 1/10 of a dollar, a little silver coin. Funny to me that probably people don't know what a dime is. Okay. I don't know what to say. And let's see the reject. Let's say that we do take the IB high. All right. Now I've got to clean up these customs here, probably. Yeah. This is fourth. There's nothing else. And this is Wednesday. Okay. This says that if we take a breakout, look at this. If we take a breakout in 6 months, let's get over some more. It doesn't remember anything. Cash. 1, 2 years. Okay. Whenever I see those kind of results like the all 50s, it's because there's no instances, maybe one. There's no data. There's no statistic significance there. Here we have it now. It says that if we break the initial balance high, which is what this data said it is going to do, there's a 55% probability we would retrace to the 25% line zone, and a 22% we come back to the 50, meaning that if we break the IB high up here, there is a 56% probability we retrace to this 25 zone, and another 22% we get down to the 50. I'll be absolutely amazed if the first level taken is the high, to be honest about it. Even though this is saying 100%, it's got to be something wrong there. It cannot, just doesn't make sense. The zone's correct. The size is correct. 2 years. Let's see what 5 years data does. 3 years. Jesus, still. But look at the frequency. With this specific setup and being Wednesday, there's only 6, 7 instances. Can that be the truth in 3 freaking years? Granted, there's only 52 Wednesdays in a year, 251 or 2 trading days in a year. But I mean, there's only 52 Wednesdays, right? 52 weeks. And that's the problem with that is a problem. Now it's 50-50 when I go back 5 years. And that's only 14 instances where we had a Wednesday, an IB this wide, and the ending zone right there. In Chicago cash, in the MES, etc. Wow. Well, okay. At least it's not 100% anymore. That makes me feel a little better. And there's 2 ways you could do that. You could trade this, I think. Where am I? 50-50, all right? I don't think I showed you that other one, but trust me. There's 2 ways to look at this. Is that if you can wait for the 25% pullback and then figure that's based on 58% and 25%, so you don't take a trade right at the breakout, you would take it when it retraces. The other way to look at it is, what's the profile look like? If it breaks the low or the high, you got a 55% probability you're going to retrace to here. Mean reversion. And if the IB is wide enough so that the zones have enough meat on the bone, that I think is a valid approach. And they're not getting below this ledge at all. And of course, the minute I say that, they do. But yeah, wow. Pretty interesting. Had a big Trump dump just a little before 8 o'clock this morning, Antonio. So the IB is active, and there you go. Let's look at the IB from a point of view of the IRT. So the IB, in case anybody beside, I know everybody on this chat here knows, but for the sake of the recording, the initial balance is the IB, or the initial balance, as I was just talking about in the pre-market, is the high or low of the first 1 hour. Okay, that's been done now. That's over here. So there's the IB high and there's the IB low, and that's the end of it. It happened. It's set at 9:30 Central Standard Time. All right. The reason I focus on it, and a lot of other people, is it is the most likely probability or statistic to be achieved in any open type. I need to update this for you real quick like a bunny. There's the correct open type. You'll notice that the way IRT highlights it for you when it's after I update it. And then levels that have been achieved already are the text is changed to blue from black. So the IB again, the most probability or level in all 4 open types, statistical open types, is the IB. And all that statistic says is at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session between 9:30 Central and 1600 Central Standard Time, or 10:30 and 1700 Eastern, the IB high or low will be revisited by price. That's it. Tough one to trade because it could happen at any point in the next 6 hours, or whatever it is, 5.5 hours. Right now, today, it's 97.9% probability that one of those will happen. There's where'd you go here? There's a 32.3% probability that neither one will happen. That both will happen, I'm sorry. And that neither will happen is a 2.1% probability. And remember that 2.1, just to cross-check the data. Come on. Well, 1.94 that neither one breaks, 33% that both break, and I think it said 32.7 or something, and 64 that single break. Now, the way that in IRT, if you remember that it was, 97.9, right? So that is the two of them added together, because it doesn't, IRT doesn't separate out a single break. It says one or the other, which means it can be a combination. So that's, the data adds up. And that's why it's a statistic, and everybody knows it, and it's been around since Christ was a carpenter, you know. And here we are looking at the low. Here we are looking to take out the IB low. I mean, we're not. I definitely don't ever trade in anticipation of the statistic. I think that's a really bad. I actually even have a thing about it. I don't think it's a good idea to front run a statistic. In other words, you get all FOMO-y and you're going to take this and trade. I just know we're going to take this IB low. We probably will. We may also come down here and go up and take the IB high out. So you don't know. It has not been achieved. So it's not a statistic yet. So that's. Similarly with the data on Edgeful, I don't think it's a good idea to anticipate or front run a statistic. I mean, what is this? 25, 30, 53, so it's about 8 handles across there. Okay, and it's POC migrated down, so that's one more brick in the wall, and then. But look here. Assuming that you got short down here, you got all giddy and excited, and that you're gonna take this statistic out, and depending on your stop, you may have just had that happen, which is not fun. Okay, well, there we go. So that trade to the stat didn't work out, probably. It wouldn't have worked out for me. And that's been my experience frequently. So I don't ever do that. don't know if I said it before, but if anybody's interested in or wants to play around with these trading view algorithms here, which are fairly robust, I think, and have a interesting rate actually, and pretty. This one here will do IB retracements, deep a VPOC migrating VPOC breakout or rejection failure. So IBC, IBF, the retracement thing based on the zones. Of course, don't hesitate to ask. I'll be happy to share. I suppose there's a way you do that. I'm shoot off my mouth here. I think I saw share somewhere around there where you can share that. It's fun to play with anyway. And I've been trying to use, like the in the nighttime one, I've been trying to use this other one I did, which is basically just an IB, so that, well, and the one that I was just here is the breakout, right? So you can set these, obviously. This is yesterday's IB, but you can set this down. I've got like the cheapest mode there is, so I can only go to a 1 minute candle, and I can't go back too far back here, down here, as far as back testing goes. But you can, stop this down to 1 minute, or in the case of Magic, is 30 seconds or something, and then just do a breakout, and it does the, you can set up the profit targets and the trailing stop or not, and all that crap. Interesting stuff they have here, though. Sharp ratio and, max drawdown retreat. It's an interesting report, basically. Sharps around here. So there we go. Sharp ratio and buy and hold. It's not very expectancy and all that crap. So there you go. Whatever. Like everything else, if it helps out, I'd be happy to share. I got nothing to hide. If you figure out something with it and start making $1 gazillion, though, I want to hear about it so I can get on the train. Let's all figure out a strategy that we can do every day and make a couple of good trades and hook up with Antonio on the beach every day. That's all I'm looking for. So the trade to the stat didn't work very well right here. And that's way back in the beginning, years ago, and, in recent history, when I was doing even before the static journal, and I was doing my local journal and exporting my trades every day, that was not, that one and the VPOC migration were the two worst performers, trying to run the stat, front run the stat and the VPOC migration. So that's why I joke about them a lot. Now what we have here is, in the words of the static boys and girls, I don't think there's any girls actually, there's a consolidation, clear as a bell. And there's a breakout and a retest, a breakout and a retest. And what does that mean now? Which way do you go? Typically, I would think the idea is to trade in the direction of context. So that's even confusing, because context up for the first 30 minutes, context down for the second 30 minutes. What I would gather from that is mean reversion. Even though the profile doesn't really look balanced, particularly. I don't know. Just thinking out loud here. Remember that this journal is mostly just me talking to myself. The only way I get what I'm thinking into the recording is this voiceover, so I realize it's boring to Anton and Anthony, who are here a lot. Antonio, not Anthony. But that's the only way I can do it, so. Sculpa. Hey, speak of the devil, Magic, my boy. Just talking about you with doing some testing with the various size orbs, or with your smaller breakout idea. We had a question yesterday, Magic, and Anton brought it up. I don't know whether I can show you that or not. Let's check. Let's see here. Where the hell am I now? I'm all confused. Which is easy. I think it was up here. For example, what we were looking at yesterday was this liquidity came into the market 2 sessions before, lifted off. This is the ETH, then came right back in on the open at about, no, this is the ETH down here, okay. Then came back in on the open up here and stayed in there the whole day until they finally traded up and tagged it out right at this 50 handle. Now the idea was, the question was, and Anton I think correctly pointed out, the only reason that somebody would put that up there, a higher time frame that could actually has a big enough account to put an order in the book that would be resting up here. I can't put an order in here of 500 contracts or something, because you got to have enough horsepower to be able to spoof, right? So they put that in here. Why would they do that? If they really wanted to trade it out, why wouldn't they use an iceberg and not affect the price? They're putting it in here to advertise, to call price up or whatever else it is. You got any idea who does that or why? I think it's got to be higher time frame because of the account size, and I agree with Anton. The only thing that makes sense to me is they're showing the world that they want to trade at that price for whatever reason. And that's typically not what they do at a level, as I understand it, because they can, a big level, they can skew the price on themselves, ruin their price advantage. So anybody that got in the market here at, that was at 7 o'clock the night before. That's amazing. Yeah, it's interesting for sure. And I'm trying to, now that I've over the orb, and the Asia live streams, I'm retesting. I'm trading them out in the recordings. Because I don't live trade them off the stream. So I've started back, I'll just go back a couple weeks, and I don't remember what the market did specifically day before yesterday. So it's not a problem like I'm cheating, because I know, but it's interesting. And I'm just trying to do basically what it is, I'll put because of Bookmap and because of the data in Edgeful, it only goes down to a one, and with TradingView, I can only go down to a 1 minute candle. So instead of 30 seconds, what I do in the overnight is I shut off the last price and I put the candlesticks on. This right here. Set up from last night, I'm sure. This is the 30-second, right? I'll put the candlesticks on, and then I'll just shut off the last price, whatever the hell that went. Oh yeah. And then I can put the horizontal bar at the top and the low of the first one, and away we go. And when it breaks out, I use a limit order, or breaks down. That's the idea. Manually doing it. And in the back testing, it looks fairly interesting. It's got to be some way to do it. I know you're successful at it, but I got to get on that successful train. Okay. And the test, what I was doing to test it was over here on this one. Look at us go. This is basically the breakout. This is essentially the breakout, but this is set up for the IB from yesterday. What I do is dial this down to a 1 minute and then have these set up to 1 minute, 1 minute high, and get rid of the percentages over here. And then this is just a breakout. So it takes a breakout. It has a couple of targets, and when it hits T1, it trails to break even, and Bob's your uncle. $500-600 over here, you know, $543. And I've got the cheapest plan, so I can't get lower than a minute. I can't set up how far back this thing wants to go. This is, if you notice, is May 31st to June 22nd, so it's a couple of months back. Well, it could be an iceberg, but it could be an iceberg, but why would you have it? Why would you just keep throwing that in there for all of that time? I thought the point of an iceberg, I didn't think an iceberg would show such a long band of liquidity at, you know, maybe, yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. Maybe it's an iceberg. But they've got it. They've had that liquidity in there for days. It could be that their order size is bigger than 260 or whatever it is. Yeah, it could be 2,000 or something. So that would be an iceberg. I have icebergs shut off, actually. I have all that crap shut off over here, I think. Yeah, stops and icebergs on the chart. It's just, I have a lot of that stuff off because gets so busy. And absorption and all of it. And you see, these are the icebergs and the stops and all of that stuff. Ugh. I don't really use Bookmap to its fullest potential, I'm sure. And I would be the last to say so. This is even a little too much liquidity for me. Usually I choke that down to about 250. Trying to be, you know, see what's meaningful, but not just lines and crap all over the place. I don't know. I don't like all these little guys around here. Maybe 225, huh? And however anybody uses it that helps them make money is obviously fantastic. Don't stop whatever you do. I wasn't showing you the right thing. I'm looking at this. Sorry, I had the wrong window going. It'll calculate all these things, and all of this crap will jump up here. Stops and icebergs, and there you go. You know, there's 1,078 contracts and 12 orders traded out right there. It's interesting, but I'm just trying to clean off all of the stuff on my chart that I asked myself the question, am I really looking at that for anything, and does it help me somehow? I don't know. I can't be to the... Yeah, I agree with that. To be honest with you, most backtesting programs work on the bar. You can't backtest anything inside the bar, if you know what that means. It's similar to what you're talking about up there. Anyway, I tried to look at real sophisticated, real sophisticated backtesting stuff, and it was way over my head. As far as coding goes, it was all in Python. And yeah. Now, one of the things about Edgeful is that it is coded up to where it uses wick or close. What are we doing by weekday? Let's look at this one over here. Projection. You notice it's by wick. And the difference there is, if, for example, as you imagine, if you've got a 5-minute candle, and you can also set the candle time or the bar time. If you have a 5-minute candle, it may break the IB high with the wick, but close back in the range. So that's why that's an important level. I always keep it on wick, so I know that it's the high or the low at least. Here. Actually, let's see that. Let's do that. Let's see what the hell difference it makes. Didn't do anything right there. That's because, okay, I can tell you exactly why. Let's see here. See what this does. This is by the close. So this is quite a big difference, I think. Now let's see what happens with the by wick. Yeah. All right. Anyway, yeah, the wick thing and the bar IRT actually is the same problem. Essentially, it's bar by bar. So in other words, it can't tell the difference whether one of the big ones is where I'll have an issue of a bar that does two things at once. Like say it breaks out and then it goes back to the range or to the well, let's look over here. It breaks out and then it pulls back to the 25. Well, it doesn't know which happened first. It just knows that both of those things happened at the end of the bar, by the end of the bar. That's the problem. And that's the difference. Now, what I was told about TradingView, if I may be completely out there like Pluto on this one, but the backtesting idea here, this thing down here, does that. But if you do the replay, it is not tick by tick, because I don't have tick data, but it does it as the bar forms rather than at the close every time. I don't know. There you go. That's why I'm trying to lean on Edgeful. And here we go. Look at here. We're going to go up here and front running that statistic wasn't a good idea. And here we are up all the way back up here looking at the high again. And that's what the data said, that the most likely suspect was the high. Isn't that amazing? Oh, yeah. I don't think it. I don't know how that could be, but there you go. Ninja Trader, boy, oh boy, that'd be a long time ago. I first, I think everybody on the planet first opened up Ninja Trader when I first Started looking at futures back in about 2013 or something. I think 4x actually. After I lost my ass so dismally bad in 911 with equities. And here we go, back to that liquidity at 50, back in the market again. They're back in there again today. Somebody's got an axe to grind up there. That's got to be a gamma or a bama or a something. That's got to be something. Yeah, that's one of my favorite. Ooh, shiny. Exactly. And a good plan. And you know about the risk tools with, burn down rate and what the probability of, risking X% of your account and so many contracts per trade. What's the burn down to blow up and all that stuff, right? Those calculators. I've got one I built myself. There's one that I think is free with Edgeville, even if you don't have a subscription, all of that stuff. And here we go. Look at here. We're going to go up here and take the high. Abso-freaking-lutely. What amazing. Amazing. That's pretty funny. And the tool that I made is right there. So I was trying to do some other stuff down here with washing out and all that stuff. But if you put in the value of the instrument and that's set by a lookup by the instrument itself, and decide whether you want ticks or dollars, and then it tells you what the account size, number of trades, what you should trade, what the burn down would be. It would be 8 consecutive stops in a row to burn down at this risk level, and risk per trade is so much. And what's the thing now? The Edgeville deal, which is kind of what I just used math to figure out from, is some freaking place around here. Here we go. Risk thing. Where's the risk? There you go. I think this is free. I think. So make it $1,000 just to keep it right, and $100. There you go. Risk per trade is a percentage. Takes 10 trades to blow up. Whether you're, the various risk weightings around here. But I think this calculator is free. I think I heard that once. But if not, it's easy to build in your in Excel. Oh, and now I'm gonna be all screwed up. I forgot about it. It'll always default. Well, look at there. And that's just not sneezing material. That's 29 to 52, It's 22 points across that way, across that little bump there, that bump in the road. Oh, shit. What screen am I showing? Oh, God damn it. Sorry about that. Thanks. what I was talking about was this risk calculator. You put in the value of the instruments based on the instrument, and longer, whether it's ticks or money, and what the package size is, and then what the burn down is at that package size, percent of the account, all that stuff. And the risk thing that I was just showing you that Edgeful has, I think is free, is this thing here. So say $1,000 account, just to make it consistent, and $100 risk. Ooh. Is 10%, obviously, in 10 trades, and the trade recommended is $40 per trade. So if you go to $40, then you're got a that's 4% of your account, 25 trades to blow up, and chances with 25 straight trades with 40%, 50%, 80% win rate, different win rates. And what I did with those was you put in the win rates. You put the win rate over here, and it gives you the percent probability of 7 stops in 100 trades. Or with a 70, make this a 50, and there you go. It's easy to do. There you go, right screen. Sorry about that. All right. Come on, RT. Come out and play. There you go. Well, it looks like they're gonna, now are we gonna go up here and take this stat? I don't know. I'm gonna get back to getting Edgeful back on board now. Once they go off, then everything goes back to the beginning. Back to the gap fill. Oh, IB. Rejection. Yes. MES. 5 years. Do. Okay. I really am gonna start just doing a asymmetric trades. Like and this is a poor example because there was no this is not a double try, like an IB failure or something like that. But I got to start doing something besides just standing here waiting for these IB setups to come along because they're not frequent enough. I'm not hitting them right enough. I'm going down for the count. Not losing money, but just, not getting anywhere. Well, the way Edgeful works is, I understand the question, is it's based on it starts, let's see, right when, okay, it starts on, the first thing you can look at is the bi-weekday probability of a breakout with no extra timing, by wick, 5-minute candle. It says that this is on Wednesday, this is the probability looking back 5 years of a single breakout, a double breakout, no breakout of the IB. Then the next step in the food chain here, this is just how I understand it, right? I'm trying to answer the best I can. Don't hold me to it. If you make $1 million, then it's, I gave you the secret sauce. That's, remember that. Based on which level formed first, which has a big deal with them, and the way you can tell that, obviously, is Which was the first level that formed? Well, it was the low. And the highs are there in Bookmap, or if you're looking at TradingView, there's actually a little edgeful indicator, but it's pretty simple. There's the first level formed, and there's the second one. So the low was formed first. So the probability of the low formed first, there's a 70 with no, well, hold on a minute. You got to, then you can start doing additional stuff. This is all weekdays and all days. Open any size of the IB. You can, this is on Wednesday, right? We'll just do this slowly. Now it's by Wednesday, and the way you do that is just go over here and go Wednesday and all days. We'll just do them as they go. By Wednesday, IB formed first, or low formed first. This session, this instrument, this many days backwards. There's a 67% probability that the IB high will be broken first. 31% it will, that the low will be broken first. And then you can further filter down as the IB starts to form. And I get the percentage. I mean, it's easy to figure out the zone, because the zone is, as I pointed out, or it's best, here, the zone is like this. Based on the closing price of the last candle within whatever orb or IB time frame you have, 30 seconds, 1 minute, in my case, 1 hour, it's right there. The percentages of the closing ending zone are assigned opposite. You start opposite the first level formed, 0 to 25%, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. In this case, the ending candle, the last close within the period was right there, 50 to 75. So that would be the ending zone. And the IB size is up here, and I'll be real honest, like usual. I'm assuming this is based on, I actually need to ask those guys because I don't know the answer to this question, but I'm assuming this is based on ATR, but I don't know how far back. It's got to be. What else could it be, right? So that's the IB size. And when you go back to Edgefield, then I would input the ending zone and IB size. So remember 66 and 31. And now we're going to go with the IB zone, which is 50 to 75. And the any size and the IB size is 4 and less than 5. And there you go. Now, with 5 years of data, it's 50-50. Based with all of these things in there. That's how I know to use it. And something else that's important to note, which I think I pointed out earlier, but this is shit for statistical data. I mean, with this filtering, first of all, remember there's only 52 Wednesdays in a year. But filtered out like the way, with all of this detail, there's only 14 days pulled into the report. I mean, I think. And that's just high formed first and low formed first. Much less data for the specific result. And you can see all the days. So if you want to go back and chart all of it with somewhere, you can go back and look at all the days. But yeah, that's one question that I have about this data, is that the occurrences, are they statistically significant? Not at all. Well, what it helps me do is, absolutely, I'm not going to try to front run the stat. And I would wait, because the next step then is, after you've got 50-50 figured out over here, the next thing you do is you go, and this is just my interpretation of how to use this tool, okay? is go to the retracements now. And we're going to have a breakout here pretty freaking quick. Okay. This is a breakdown, meaning the IB low is taken first. This is a breakout, meaning the IB high is taken first. It's by wick. There's the candle size. There's the IB size that we have, and this is the day. This is what I lean on fairly, I think, makes a difference for me. We're going to take the IB high right now. And I mean right now. I'm guessing. Boop. Okay, we just took the IB high. Now, if we go zooming back over here to TradingView, we'll discover that the IB high was just taken and it was broken to the upside. The statistic did pan out. The IB high was taken first, not the IB low. That's pretty amazing. But it's 50-50, so that was the case. Now, there's a 64% probability we will retrace to the 25% level, and 32% will get to the 50%. Meaning that, now that we've broken out, if I were to short here, looking for a mean reversion, to get to the 25%, I've got 64% probability we're going to retrace back down here. So if you're looking for mean reversion trades, that's the way I read it. If you're looking for breakout trades, in a trending or a directional market, then the idea, as I understand it, is to wait for the pullback for the entry. That's how I get it. And one of the things that I one of the many things I stumble on is extrapolate between 64 and 32, right? And here we're going to go up and take that 60 out against 75, 60. Anton, how many times have we been looking at that thing this week, in the last couple of weeks? And here we go again. And it's been in the market since 9 o'clock. 300 contracts. So the way I would interpret this would be that there's a 64% probability we're going to retrace to the 25%, and obviously we didn't even get close to that yet. How do you extrapolate between 64 and 100? And then the next question is, do I extrapolate between 64 and 32? In other words, put an entry down in here somewhere. And when that's what I do, and it could be completely wrong because it's discretionary, is start looking for stuff that we've all talked about a lot. Is the VPOC around here at one of those levels? Is there mid and VWAP or something? That I don't know what else to do or say. There's the 60. I'll go to hell. That's the best I can come up with, Magic. I don't know. And again, with my ideas or my interpretation in 10 cents, you can make a phone call, or a quarter or whatever. Are there even still pay phones? Jesus, sometimes I don't even. One of the things that I always get amazed about is I driving and stuff, I see people panhandling along the intersections and stuff like that. I can't remember the last time I had any cash or change, for Christ's sake. It's amazing. Maybe they take credit cards now. I don't know. So the IB was taken and they didn't look back yet. And that's a new high. And yeah, it's great. We're going to declare war and blow everybody up and kill millions of people. And inflation's off the map. They're now pricing in 35% or something like that. Price hikes. Interest rate hikes from the Fed. That was the latest thing I heard this morning. Jesus. Go figure. Yeah, I like your thing a lot. I'm trying to figure it out myself. That's the way. I'm definitely KISS. I'm the, and not the guy with the one star on his eye. I'm the keep it simple, stupid old cowboy over here. Absolutely. I like that a lot. Perfect. That's why I'm trying to use that. I actually can backtest orbs if I stop and think about how I did it. This particular strategy right here, which is, there's the breakout. Okay. It hasn't gotten a trigger yet, but the breakout is correct. And that's closes outside. Though in this code, this stuff is specific. Close outside wick. And there's one thing called the fence trade, which is a breakout. And then that strategy is a bar after the breakout. A bar opens outside, wicks back into the range, closes back outside. In other words, it's a continuation trade, but that's that. And then I have these regular opening range things, breakouts or not, and I think I can manipulate that around a bit to follow your ideas, your thinking, your strategy, and backtest it over 500-600 days and get all the stats and do all that. I mean, I don't know what else to do. Here we are back inside. Now are we going to pull back? Now this is what I was talking about over here. Sorry about that. I keep getting the wrong windows. What this system will do in order to take the trade as it's set up now, we'll come down here to the 25% and then we'll go long. Based on Edgeful's ideas. Still have a 2-second lag. And here we are now. So we've broken out. Is this going to be an IBC in the old T-Lab version? Looks like it. Tom's starting out his stream, everybody. So if you're going to go there, I just saw a notification pop up on my phone. Let's see if my old standby. This is basically coded up with the Tom's deals. Yeah. So here is if this will work. Oh, and it took a trade right there. So there's A, there's B, continuation. There's the trigger. It's in the trade. So we'll see what happens. And this one worked really well for November and December, and then it just, I think the back-tested consecutive stops was 7 or 8 or something over a couple of years, and it suddenly went to 10, and I pulled it off. I thought, I'm going to figure out why that's not working, and which is, as I understand it, what you're supposed to do. You never change a system until it exceeds the parameters of the back testing. So, and I didn't. I just, methodically, when it fired a trigger, I entered it over here and away we went. I entered it in Bookmap and there you go. Didn't get the 60. Isn't that funny? So is it the lid on the pot or is it the magnet? I'll stand by the original thing, which is waiting for the 25% pullback and then long. Well, am I rich yet? Here we go. Okay. I think this thing, oh, no lag. Look at there. Shouldn't say anything, I guess. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yeah, I like the idea of that. Take care, Magic. This guy's done. He's all done and got his trades in the bag at 10:30, right? Good going there, Magic. Thanks for stopping by. Here, I got to figure out some variation of your system and apply it, and then adopt a similar strategy, lifestyle. Well, this is a head and shoulders, isn't it? That we're forming up here. Isn't that what you call you call them? Well, I suppose this is a bar. Bar, that's a good idea. Maybe we ought to just go to the bar. What do you think of that? Meet up at the bar. Something. Oh, God. That might have been the long. That's the next, or that is an additional thing I have to try to figure out, I guess, with if I'm going to stick with this edgeful stuff. If you've got a 66% probability you're going to get back to the 25, where do you call it for that other, 43%, or you're not going to get there? I guess here. I guess. Well, I think I'm probably just way overcomplicating this whole freaking deal. I mean, I really like Magic's approach and philosophy. And if it works, Jesus, what a pleasure. And I'm not suggesting that it doesn't. Oh, my eyes are killing me. I gotta go look for some eye drops here. Bye. Is the music still musicking? All right. Get some other kind of, what do we got on the music? Classic thing. Kind of sleepy. This will wake everybody up. Who's this guy? All right. Little Kizomba. So if I remember the old head and shoulders story, the head, the shoulders, and when it breaks the neckline, it's reversal. Isn't that it? Something like that? And does any of that crap mean anything? Well, Trump is attending a dignified transfer for the two people that were killed, the soldiers. He's speaking he's doing that at 10. He's speaking at 1400. And we've got Google and Tesla earnings out at the close. So there you go. I'm going to stand by until that 25%, and then we're going to go all in, baby. Maybe not. What's going on now? The hell is this thing doing? What did IRT just do? Restart or some crap? I don't know what's going on. It just got all weird and did this, and all the naked volume points of control are showing back up again over here. I don't know. I hit something, I think. I don't know what button it might have been, but it looks like it's okay. We got no lag, so that's a really good part. The other side's back in business. Same story. Same story. What's going on? Well, I guess maybe it, maybe that bar pullback was as close as it's going to get, huh? For me. Never know. Now am I going to be spanking myself later because I didn't do this VPOC failure? Or IB failure? No. They're going to come zooming up for the 70s, for the 60s. Now this is where a FOMO would say, you know, Monkey Boy's whispering this, go on, you know. I put him in the backyard with the raccoons. They're going to teach him a lesson out behind the garage. But that's the kind of thing that, you know, FOMO, fear of missing out, revenge trading, chasing, whatever you want to call it. I was waiting for here and I didn't get it. And that's, I'm going to have to stick to it. I got to figure out how to code and back tests the magic box. The magic box. Well, here's a perfect example of the magic box. There's the breakout. Long. No stop, no pullback. There you go. Boop. Jesus. I don't know whether it's the heat or the air quality or my attitude or whatever, but boy, my eyes are just gritty and grimy feeling. I think the bar trade is a nice one. Oh, you know what I forgot all about? My attempted bar setup. Well, there you go. None of this is right. This one would be breakout, retest, correction. None of these are. That I am, or at least it doesn't look so to me. Whoa. Oh, that did restart everything. Son of a gun. That's weird. That's really weird. I don't know. I have any idea why, but I hit some button that it didn't like. That's for damn sure. Okay, are you all happy now? Everybody okay? Let's try this again. Okay, there we go. Don't ask me why all these triggers are all over the place. That's not supposed to be the case. It wasn't the case before I hit that, whatever that button was I miskeyed over there. I gotta figure out what that was. Oh, there's the 76s. So the bar trade was the way to go. He said in the rearview mirror. And they closed the gap, and oh boy, everybody's excited. To the moon, Alice. Here we go. To the moon. Jesus Christ. It's, I will say it's logical. We have higher highs and higher lows. So it's, it's trading. It's going in the direction. I'm not sure that I can agree with all the reasoning, but nobody's asking me what I agree with. I have to remember to ask Magic. I think you're gone. Magic, you're gone, I think, aren't you? What do you trade on? I don't think he uses Bookmap. I don't know what platform he uses. I guess it's a he. Maybe it's Gandalf or some she wizard or something. I don't know. He may use Ninja, actually. Well, when y'all figure out how to be on the right side of this. Where the hell's he open? Must be lurking around under here somewhere. Oh, way up. Huh? Oh, no, that's orb high. Okay, I was going to wait a minute. It's impossible. Well. $1 high and Blue Boy's on the job. Didn't get back to my trigger on any of my. Well, they did on the old one. Yeah, I think you're right. I was reading up above there. I think you're right, Anton. Well, it's getting out of my, now it's just a runaway and I got nothing going on here. The hell is that? Good for you. Long, I'm assuming long. Yeah, I suppose it's just gonna go up there and go ripping out the roof, it didn't get to my trigger. I stuck by my guns and with that and started to sound like a stuck frickin' record to myself. Just extra boring. Extra big problem. Hey, Panda. Yeah, you gonna help Dad? Hey, good. Yeah, there's liquidity landing at the 70 and the 75 handle for sure. And he's been in and out of it. That would be great. Oh, okay. Hope your trading was successful. And keep banging on that 60. Ten 10:30 Eastern time, so you're all finished before the IB even sets. That's pretty cool. Hi, Panda. What's up? Huh? Step away here for a minute. All right, I'm going to mute off here and be back in a little bit myself. Well, they're still just putting along up here, huh? Got a flat top on the profile, though. My old flat top. It could be this. That could just be a function of IRT here, but when I speak of that, this is what I'm talking about. And first of all, that's the balance line, and there's the balance line down there. So for this profile to be balanced based on volume, price has to get down here. Come on. Price has to get here. This gold line. Now, having said that, you see how flat the top looks on this profile? It doesn't seem the case as much over here on the TPO. But what it's, to me, when I see that, the first thing I think about is the auction was cut short. There's no excess, and they're going to take it higher. That's, we'll see. So if it gets higher than than 73, let's see. Over here. I have no clue. I'm done making a prediction. I'm just talking. And now I'm going to be back a little bit. Wow. Well, that was quite a zonk out. I got to be honest. I just